Hello guys, welcome to Junior Fixer. This is another C# tutorial. In this tutorial, we're going to build an inventory system. So first, let's take a quick run through in the software so far. Over here, you can come to stock, then going to stock request, where the user or the attendant requests for stock. So you can enter the product name. Let's say you need something like soups and you need about 24. Then you submit the request, product ordered, and it is over here. And in fact, if you want to delete that order, then you go ahead, then you delete it. Order declined successfully and it's been deleted from the stock. Okay, over here you can add new stock. These are the stock or the categories available right now. Let's say you want to add something like cream. That is, it's been added. In order for you to take effect, you have to reload the page. And you come here, cream. Then you add new product under the cream. So anything, any cream at all. Let's say sunlight, then you are adding 10, then you set the price of that item that you are adding, let's say 50, then you post. So this cream has been added, and in fact if you want to add a new one, let's say geisha, then 15, then the price is 30. That's it, it has been added. And over here you will see all the orders that has been sent by the attendant of the shop, and this is the report, the overall report or the transaction report so far. And yes, so that's all for the stock. When you come to transactions, you go to sales, you see the cream that we added is here. So you enter the customer's name, let's say Jane Doe, then geisha, let's say 2. You see the amount or the quantity that you enter will affect the price. So if it's 0, then it's 0. If it's 1, the initial price will reflect. Any amount or any quantity that you enter will be multiplied by the price. So let's say 3. Then you can also scan for the QR code or the barcode of the item as well. So if you post, that is it, you're going to get this receipt, and this is going to be the transaction for today, just today. Note it's different from the general report here. This one is the overall report, and the one for the transaction side is just for today's report. And over here we can go to the general report, and then we see all the product categories. We have cars, we have laptops, we have cream, and we can see the password or password request that has been received from attendant. In case an attendant forgets his password, he will send a request to the admin, and the admin will reset the password. And you go to the account, we have user management, where you can add new user. Let's say I want to add this user, and if I am to enter this, they're telling me to complete the first year. This password is actually not required because the password will be automatically generated to the user. So let me enter an email address. Okay. Then I enter an attendant. So if I'm to post this, I'm going to receive the email or receive the password in my mail. So if I open my mail here, then refresh, and that is it. This is the email, and that is the password. So hello, you are added as a user. You can log in with username, this, then the password. So I'm going to log out and log in as an attendant and see the features that are available for the attendant as well. Okay, so this is it. This is the first screen of the app. If you log in first, if you run the system, this is what you're going to see. So if you try logging in, this is what you're going to see. Username and password are required, so you need them. So let me go ahead and copy the password, then enter the username here. And in fact, you can also request for password reset, and this is it. The admin is going to see that in the dashboard. So if you come back here, then you type in the username, then the password. If it's not correct, you are not going to be logged in. Sorry, let me close this. So if you come here, account, you can only edit your account. You can create a new user, and the attendant cannot go to the general report. And when you go to stock, you can only request for stock, and for transactions, yes, the attendant can do that as well. And for the QR code, if you have the hardware, the software aspect is being implemented, so if you have the hardware, then it is going to work for you just like that. This is it. And of course, you can print the reports here as well. When you click on print, you are going to see this, and if you want to print it as a PDF, or you have a printer, then you go ahead, then you print it. So that's all for the intro. We are going to start everything from the scratch, so stay tuned and keep watching. Alright guys, over here I'm going to create a new project, so I'm going to click create a new project, then select Windows Form app over here, then go to next. You should give your project a name, so I'm going to say inventory demo, and click on next, then click create. Alright, so this is it. I'm going to increase the size of the form and change the text of it. So I'm going to say this one, calling it home, then change the size. That's a bit wider. 121 763. Yes, and this size is going to be the minimum size as well, meaning we cannot reduce the size of the app beyond this size we are setting. Sorry, the minimum size. So I'm going to add some panels here. Okay, doesn't matter. Let me change the dock to left. I'm going to change the color of the panel here. I think this is okay. And bring in another panel, and this is going to be at the top. Let me reduce the size more. Then I'm bringing in another panel. Alright, this is going to take the same color as the first panel. going to bring a label here. And change the text to whatever you want it to be. I'm going to call my junior fix how. So I'm going to change the anchor to just stop, because I want it to be at wherever I want it to be at where it is, no matter the size of the software. So I'm going to edit the font. Change this to white. Good. 24. Alright, then change the color of this. Black color. And bring in I'm going to call this one home. And make this one semi-bold. Okay, say we'll go to icons 8, then download some icons. So over here, this is going to be our dashboard logo or our dashboard icon. So I'm going to copy and do the same for the other icons that will be needed in this project. I'll come back to you guys later. Okay, so over here I want to create a drop down list. So I'll set the current size as the maximum size of this panel. And this very size as the minimum size.
Everything changes.
Life. Life.
Everything changes. changes.
Life. Life.
Everything changes. changes.
Life. Life.
Everything changes.
Life. Life.
changes.
Life. Life.
Everything changes.
Life. Life.
changes.
Alright guys, we are done with the UI for now. So right now we're going to assign forms to the various buttons that we have in the front page. So over here I'm going to double click this and it's going to navigate us to the home page. So first I'll create a method that will do that. So I'll come all the way here, let's say private void show form. In fact, you can give it any name that you want, and I'm going to take a parameter and an object. So over here, the new form that I'm going to open, I want to contain that form in this panel, and the name of the panel is panel 4. Alright, so first I'll clear everything that's on the panel. So I'm going to say panel 4.clear. Sorry, let me check the name first. Sorry, it's panel 4.controls.clear. Sorry. Then I'm going to create a new form object. I'm going to call this current form. Alright, so I've created the method that will do the show form, or the method that will navigate us to the various screens. So in this method, or the on-click event of the dashboard icon, I'm going to say show form. When I click that, I want to open form 3, and let's see if that will work. Sorry, it's supposed to be form 3, not form 3. Alright guys, so let's test it and see. If I click here, yes, it's working. And if I maximize it, that's it. Everything is shaping up nicely here. It's working. And for that matter, I'm going to call this method in a constructor of this class, so that whenever I run the form, or whenever I run the software, that will serve as my home page or my home screen. Alright, title label.test. Whenever I click on that button, I want to show home. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, alright. So I just loaded the software and it's showing me this screen. That's it. That's what we wanted to do, and it's working. Without me clicking here, it's already showing the screen, and that's so perfect. So I'm going to use the same method to call the other screens and assign them to a button. Okay, so this button that I've selected, the stock management, is going to cater for, sorry I didn't name them, so it's going to be difficult for me. Okay, it's going to take care of Form 8. So where is it? Alright, so I'm going to say Form 8. Then this one I'm going to say stock management. Or I should say stocks. Yeah. And for this stock request is going to cater for Form 7. Stock request or order for stock. Order for stocks. Sorry, this can be stock just like that. This one is 7, sorry, and this stock orders. Stock orders is Form 9. It's just simple. Orders. Then report. The report here is Form 10. Going to say stock report, and that is Form 10. Then this is 11. Sorry, this can be 11. This is 4 or 5. Yeah, this is 5. I'm going to say transactions. Then this is 11. I'm going to say today's report. What again do we have? Then users. What is users going to open? Users is 12. I think so. Yes, users is 12. What else do we have here? This is going to be, let me see, sales report, the overall sales report. We already have sales report, that's today's report, and that can only be viewed by the attendant. But this is overall sales report, only accessible by the manager. And this is 14. And this is going to be product categories. And the last one is going to be 15. And this one is password. The admin or the manager has the opportunity to see all the requested password resets or password reset requests. So if he's going to reset the password against the email that he received the request from. Okay, so once that's done, I'm going to collapse this. But this is what we wanted it to be. Knowing that every button is assigned to a form, we don't need it expanded. Okay, so this is it. Oh, sorry. Transactions followed by stock. Then reports. So I'm going to select this. Let's see. Yes. And let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm clicking here. In fact, the panel has been expanded. You can see it's back there. The other buttons are, the other panels are covering it, so we're going to solve that. So if I'm to open this one, yes, it's working. Password reset, product categories, it's working. And if I'm to orders, reports, yes, that one too is working. So, oh sorry, I didn't assign any button or any form to this button, so we're going to fix that one too. Okay, so let's first fix this user account or manage account doesn't have any form assigned to it. So over here I'm going to say account management. And it is form 6. Alright, so over here you can see that whenever I expand these panels over here, it will be lying below the other panels or behind the other panels. I'm going to send the other panels behind whenever I expand them. So this is panel 5. Yes. Panel 5. So panel 5, when I open panel 5, I want to send panel 8 to back. Panel 6 that send to back. Panel 7 that send to back. Alright, if I open panel 8, let's see panel 8. This is it. If I open panel 8, and if I open panel 6, let's see, panel 6, I'm going to send panel 7 back. Now let's see. Okay, so this is what we have. If I expand transactions, you see right now it's in front of the other panels. If I open this, yes, everything is working exactly as we expected. Alright. Yes. Account management. You can see the titles also change whenever we select a new panel. Alright guys, so this is what we want it to be, and it's behaving exactly so I'll go ahead and create. So this one is a little bit fainted. I'm going to make it darker. So that's all. I'm going to create the database, then later on connect the front end to the database. Alright, so this is my local server. I'm going to create a new database. I'm going to call it inventory demo. Alright, so in my inventory demo, I'm going to create a new table. I'm going to call this users. Then over here I will need the user ID, username, email. There are 6 actually. So this is ID. and this ID is the primary key. So I'm going to select auto increment. Sorry, I don't know. This is the username. Now let me say uname. Going to be a Barcode. Let's say 30. Email. Also Barcode of 50. Phone. And this is 15. Password. Pass. Let me just call it pass. And this is going to be 20. Then the row. And this is going to be 12. So that's all. Alright, I'm going to create a new table. I'm going to pause the video here, then create the tables. Then we will start after I'm done creating the tables. Okay, welcome back, guys. These are the tables that we're going to need. The category table. We take the ID, the date, and the category name. Then we have the orders. The orders sent by the attendant. Then we have the password requests over here. As we move on with the operations, you get familiar with the table names, then the columns and stuff. The stocks, going to take the ID, the date, the category of the stock, then the product in that stock, then the quantity, then we set a price for it. Then this is the transactions, going to take the date, category, product, quantity, price, the customer name, then the barcode or the QR code, then the users table, the one that I created with you guys. So that's it. That's all for the database. We need to integrate this in our project. So over here, I'm going to add the MySQL package in the project. So you have to right click on your project, then you go to add. So manage NuGet packages, and this is going to open all the NuGet packages you've installed in your project. So over here you come to browse, then you type MySQL, you search for that. It is still searching. So this is it. You are going to get the MySQL here, then you click install, then you proceed with the installation. Okay, so the MySQL package is installed. You are going to right click on your project, then you go to add, then you add a new class. I'm going to call this one DB. Okay, so over here we're going to create the connection string here. So I'm going to say public static string connection string. So you specify the server, and the server is localhost. Sorry. Then the database, it was inventory demo. Then the user ID, and that is root. Then the password. Then we do this. Then the password is empty. That's what it means. Then the public static MySQL connection is equal to new MySQL connection. But if not imported MySQL connection, so you're going to receive this error. So you press on alternative, then enter, and it's going to suggest it for you, or you can manually import it here. MySQL.data, the MySQL client. So over here we are going to create a method that will open the connection for us. Public static void open connection. We're going to say if connection.state is equal to system.data.connection state dot closed alright, like this. Sorry, this one's supposed to be double. Then let me put this one in a try catch block. Try. I'm going to catch this in the message box. EX. Sorry, message box dot show. Error. Okay, trying to connect to database. What we are trying to do is first you should check if the connection is closed. If it is closed, then you should open it. Oh God. Command, and in fact you need to import this. I'm going to say db.open connection. So first I'm going to check if those input fields are not empty. The username, the password. Okay, password is not required here. We're going to check for username, email, phone, then the row. So let's look at their names. So it will be better if you give them the names yourself. So over here, this is you name, you email, you phone, you password, you row. Okay, so let's go. If you email dot test is not empty and you name dot test and you phone empty. And you what again? You row dot test. It's also not empty. If they are not empty, then we go ahead and perform our logic. If not, then we're going to see error label dot visible. Don't forget, already it's not visible, so you have to make it visible. Sorry. Error label dot test. Means to complete the required fields. So I'm going to check if the user that we are adding is not already in the database. So I'm going to say const query is equal to Celesta from users where union is equal to union.test or email is equal to email.test. Sorry, string. It's a command is equal to new MySQL command count query and db.connection. We want to get the number of rows that are affected by this particular query. We're going to say int32 count is equal to convert to int32 command that execute query scalar. Sorry. db.close connection. We are closing the connection after this. So if the count is greater than 0, then it means the person already exists. So we're going to say user already exists. Over here, 110. We should put this in a try catch block. And over here we should give it a color. I know it's crimson already, but it will be better if you give it a color. Color.crimson. What if the count is not greater than 0? then we go ahead and add the person into the database. So I'm going to say string query is equal to insert into users uname, email, pass, row, did we add phone in the database? Yes, we added phone. With what values? These values that we're going to specify. So the first one is uname, it's going to be uname. Sorry. Uname.test. Email.test. Then the upass. This one is just temporary. Uphone. I know I didn't add the test password because we are not going to use it. The password is going to be automatically generated. It is there when we are updating the user account. Then the row, urow.test. So that is it. And in order to get the automatic or the automated password, we will go to Stack Overflow and copy this command here, or this method. I'm sorry. Alright, just fitting in perfectly. Then we are going to say string password. In fact, later on we are going to hash this password. We need the password to be 8, a length of 8, so we are going to specify. We are getting this error here. It says a field initializer cannot reference the non-static O, so we have to add the static identifier here. Yes, and we shouldn't see this public static string. Yes, there should go. The reason why we assign this to a variable is that if you copy the whole, if you copy the method name and give it a length, whenever you generate it, it's going to save a different password in the database, and the user is also going to get a different password in his mail. So if you assign it to a variable, then we are going to pass this variable to the user email and the database as well. So over here, instead of saying password, we are going to say, instead of saying upassword, we're going to say password. Alright, so over here, it's a command equal to new MySQL command query db.connection. don't forget we closed the connection here, so we need to open it. db.open connection. Then over here we're going to see command.execute now query. Then user created successful. Alright, so I'm going to create a clear method here. Let me check. Yes, they're going to be here. Public void clear. Name dot clear. Email dot clear. Pass dot clear. After sending everything, we want to clear the fields. You will okay, we don't necessarily have to clear this because it's even a combo box. So over here we shouldn't forget we must close the connection. Alright, so let's test it and see if everything is working. Okay, so let's click on create or post, complete the required fields. Okay, it's working. Then let's see junior at gmail.com. We don't need a password for now. So this is it. Then the attendant. Let's post it and see. Oh, okay, we are having an error here, so let's go back and check. Oh, okay, over here it's supposed to be values. Value. Sorry. Okay, so let's restart everything. Okay, user created successfully. So this is it, the user table. Let's refresh it. Okay, it is here. The ID, the email, then the password. This is the password, and the row is also showing. Alright, so everything is working now. Let's deal with the update, then the delete. Okay, so let's do the delete first because that one is much simpler. So just like the post function or the post, we are going to do similar item or similar functionality for the delete as well. MySQL command. db.open connection. So we check if the ID or the text box, this one. We first check if this is not empty. If UID, how did I save it? Okay, UID. If it's not empty, then we do what we want to do. Else, we say enter. Sorry, let me bring this here. Enter the ID of the user you are deleting. Then look at the message. Then first we check if the ID provided exists in the database. UID.test. New MySQL command. Then let's cast this to string int. We'll close the connection here. If count is greater than 0, as we say, if count is greater than 0, if not, then we say the user doesn't exist. No user bears the provided ID. Sorry. If that's not the case, then you open the connection again. This is string query. This from users where ID is equal to UID test. This one is command.execute and query. DB close connection. This one will be green. Let me say user created successfully. Then you call the clear function or the clear method. Alright, I hope this one is working, because we are going to the update. So the same thing. My SQL command in connection. First, we'll check if the user ID is provided. Yes. Sorry. Then, if it is not empty, then we go ahead and confirm this. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. Then bring it here. I'll first check for the same condition. Over here it's not going to be the delete. Alright. If the count is 0, if that's not it, okay. So we are going to write a very long query here. So over here I'm going to delete this. Okay, right now the person has entered an ID and the ID exists. We are going to check if the person has entered something that he or she wants to update. So you're going to say if name the test is empty and you email the test is also empty and you phone the test is also empty and you pass the test is also empty and you roll the test is also empty. If this is true, then it means the person hasn't entered anything. So that's what we want to do. Let me clear this. I'm going to say enter something to update. Else. Now we are going to check if the field contains a value. If it doesn't contain a value and we update the whole thing, it's going to replace the existing value in the database with the empty fields. So we're going to check if that field contains a value before we update it. If not, it's going to replace it with empty or no value. So we're going to say if you name or you email, it doesn't matter, the test is not empty. If it's not empty, then it means the person intentionally wants to update that field. Then we're going to say db.open connection. Update users, set email. We go to new email test, where ID is equal to new ID web test. Command is equal to new MySQL query db connection. Command.execute on query. Then we see db.close connection. We want to close it. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate this. This, it is not else if. Every condition here is different, so it's if, it's not else if. So this one is going to be uname, where uname, yes, it's also called uname. Yes. Phone. Let me see. Phone to you phone. Alright, so this one is upass. This one will check if it's not empty and the length is greater or equal to 8. Pass. Alright, so after everything, let me see this. User details. Updated. Alright, so that's all for the user creation and the user management system. So let me run it and okay, so here we are again. Let me try and delete. Enter the ID of the user you are deleting. Enter the ID of the user you are updating. So let's say I'm entering something like 4. No user bears the provided ID, and if I want to delete, I'm going to see the same error message. And if I'm to enter something like 3, if I click on delete, it should delete. But let's wait and do some. Enter something to update. So the username was Junior. I'm going to make it Junior Fix How and see if it works. User details updated successfully. Alright, so it is Junior here. Let me refresh it and see what we have. Oh, and it is Junior Fix How. Junior Fix How. Alright, it's working. So if I'm to delete this, user deleted successfully. If I'm to refresh this, there is nothing there, as you can see. So far everything is working. Later we'll implement the email aspect. When you create a new user, the user is going to receive the password and the username in his mail. So it means the admin himself will not see the password of that user because it's auto-generated. Alright guys, I will do the same implementation for the category and the stock. So let's check the name of this. It is the Mac icon. So just name it this way. In fact, it's not visible for now. Yes. So that of the add, you're going to say MySQL. Cat test. The name of that test was the cat test. It's not equal to empty. If it's not empty, as we should say, is there an error label? Let's check. There's no error label here. There's no error label. So for now, let's just comment this out. Error handler. This is string count query. We are going to check if that category we are adding doesn't exist. Select from category. Where the color name is cat name. Cat test, the test. is capital I. If the count is greater than 0, then it means that category already exists. Sorry, I forgot. This whole thing is supposed to be in the try catch block. Over here, we're going to close the connection. If it's not greater than 0, then it means it doesn't exist. So we're going to insert it. String query, insert into category. The that is for date. I didn't want any complication, that's why I didn't use date, because date is a reserved word in SQL. We are saving date in the database, and this is, I have the current date here. Oh, sorry. This is the current date. It is cut test. New MySQL command. Query db. So over here we have to open the connection. So db dot open connection. Okay, so that is it. So I'll come here and copy this error message, then over here I'm going to say this is title label. Title category already exists. Alright, so if we're going to catch this error as well. Let me clear this. This one is for when it is empty. Enter category name. If everything works out, then I'm going to say can't test the test. Can't test the clear. Let me clear it. It's just one test for it. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to restore the text. Add new category. The original text that was there. Then this one. Mark icon dot visible is equal to true. And but the mark icon, you don't need it here, so let me make this one false. We restore the same test, so I need to copy every property of it. The color is not crimson. This is an RGB color. Yeah. So that is all for the addition of categories. And if I'm to come here, I'm going to delete a category. Copy this and see if I can do some small editing about it. Over here, if it is this, that's when we are going to perform our operation. Category we will be deleting by the category name, not the ID. Can't test dot test. Doesn't exist. deleted it, so let's display this. Alright, so we're done with the category aspect. Let's work on the stock now. So let's start with the post. I'll double click it and trigger the on click event of it. Then, like we do always, my SQL command, sorry. Then we open our connection, db.open connection. We haven't tested the category yet. We will do that later. Okay, we close the connection. Alright. So first we check if the fields are not empty. So let's check their names. This is SProd, SQuant, SPrice, and SCAT. If SProd dot test is no empty, and SPrice dot test is also no empty, and SQuant dot test is no empty, and SCAT test. What did I miss? Okay, I haven't missed anything else. I'm going to say we don't need this here. This one is error label. Error label. That's the name of the error label there, and we are going to say complete the required. Alright, if that's not the case, then we are going to enter something into the database or add something to the database. It is better to catch the error that will occur. That will make you know what's happening actually. ex.message. Then over here, you're going to say we are not going to check for the occurrence of anything. We are just going to insert. You can enter more than one product more than once or something like that. So here's a string query. Insert into stocks. That. So let's check category, product, quantity with the values. Let's copy the current date from here. SCAT, sorry. SCAT.test. export the test. S okay, quantity s quant.test. Over here there is price, and this one is s price dot test. New MySQL command of query db.connection. Command dot execute non-query db.close connection. If everything goes somewhere, then we're going to say it's gonna be green. This is stocks loaded successfully. Let us create a clear method. Private void clear s price dot clear sid dot clear. That's the ID. S prod dot clear s quant dot clear. But again, S okay. Alright, so when everything succeeds here, we are going to clear. Let me say clear, then we clear the field. So we'll deal with the update. First, let's deal with the delete. Let me say MySQL. But it will be better if you initialize it in the main class or in the class, so everything will be simple for you. db.open connection. Then we say if the sid.test is not empty. If it is empty, then we say enter the ID of the stock you are deleting. If that's not the case, then we check if it exists. So we're going to say string, string count query. command is equal to new MySQL command of discount query db the connection. Then we cast this to int int32 count is equal to convert dot to int32 of command dot execute scalar. So dba dot close connection. If count is greater than 0, then it means it exists, else it doesn't exist. You can see there is no such stock, and in fact I always forget this. This is supposed to be in a try catch block. ex then you see query, string query, to be equal to delete from stocks where id is equal to sid dot test. Command is equal to new MySQL command of query db dot connection. You say command dot execute non-query. Sorry, it just keep non-query, not this. Let's close our connection. Stock deleted successfully. And this is green. Let's call it here. Okay, so we are done with the delete. Let's go to the update. Yeah, hello. Yeah, what's up? Cool, that's right. What? No. What is it? What is it? What is it? How school? Have you eaten? Okay. I've eaten much. String query is equal to update stocks set product equal to sprod.test. Execute and query, yes. Then we say db dot close connection. I'm going to duplicate this. This is quite scat category scat test. This one is quant price price. Okay, so if everything succeeds, then over here we're going to see this one is green. Sorry, green. Stock updated. Successfully. Okay, so that's all for the stock. We'll try it and see if everything is working. Before that, let's fix this. This is supposed to be stocks, no stock. Yes, stocks. So let's try with a category. Enter category name. Delete. Enter category name. Yes. Let's say shoes. It's been added, and we can see it here. So if I say shoe, I want to delete this. Category doesn't exist. But if I'm okay. Yeah, but first let's check if it's appearing in the database. Over here, let's add another one. Let's say phones. Alright, so let's go to the database and see for category. Oh, alright, they appear with the date as well. So I want to delete shoes. Alright, it worked. If I'm to refresh this, shoes is no more. Alright, so let me say something like this. There's no such stock. If I'm to delete, there's no such stock. Okay, so I'm coming to add new product. Let's see, Nokia 5, and it is $200. Okay, this one it's an error, so let's just select anything. We'll be populating this combo box here with the categories in the database later, so let's just select anything. then we post stocks loaded successfully. So let's check the stocks. Yes, it's working. So if I'm to delete, okay, first let's update it. Let's set the price to 222. Stock updated successfully. The price is 200 now. It is 222. It's working. Alright, so let's delete it. Okay, sorry, we didn't open the connection. So let's do that. So the delete. Oh, we closed it here and we forgot to open it. So db.open connection. And if we do that, everything is going to work for us as we expect it to be. So right now, let's work on the stock requests for the others. Over here, request ID, then let's give it names. Rec ID, rec prod, rec quant. So you're going to see error label. SQL command db.open connection if rec prod.tests it's not empty, and rec quant.tests is also not empty. Okay, so I'll go all the way to the recent form. That was the 8th one. Copy an error message from there. Products and quantity, product name and quantity are required. If that's not the case, then we're going to bring our try catch block here. Message. String query. And set into, what's the name of that table? Orders. Let's check the columns. We have the date, the products, and quantity. that product quantity with the values of make product test make quant dot test command is equal to new MySQL command of query db dot connection. Okay, so you're going to say db dot close connection. We need, okay, let's create, sorry, private void then s, sorry, rec id dot test. Rec prod dot clear rec quant dot clear. After everything working for us, we want to see product ordered, and this is green, then we call clear. Just as simple as that. So let's check the design. Then we're going to say MySQL command db dot open connection. So if the ID field is not empty, enter the ID of the order. Yes, they are orders. If that's not the case, then we are going to check if that order exists. Start from orders where ID is equal to rec id dot test. Command is equal to new MySQL command. Hope we close the connection. Yes, we closed it. Let me say in 32 count is equal to convert dot to in 32. command execute. If count is greater than 0, else we see there's no such requests. And yet again, I forgot the try catch block. You can do it without a try catch block, but it's not a good practice. You have to catch the error in order to see what's actually happening in the database. If not, your application is going to crash whenever it catches or it gets into an error. ex.message. Delete from others where ID is equal to rec ID dot test. And over here, db.close connection. I should close the connection from here, then reopen it. Command.execute and query db.close connection. This is going to be green. Order recline successfully. Okay, so we test that one two out and see. Okay, so let's see. Enter the ID of the order. There's no such request. So let's add something. Let's say HP laptops, and you want 5 of it. So that's order. So let's bench check. Okay, so that is it. The HP is there. And let's say we want that, and you want 10 of it. So that one too is there. So if I'm deleting, let's say 1, order declined successfully. You can see the Dell is there, but the HP is gone. Alright, so right now what's left for us is the transaction aspect and the password reset request. Okay, so this is it. The reset password request functionality. We are going to say MySQL command and Alt plus enter. Yes. db.open connection. Let's see if the email field. Reset email.test is not empty. I'm going to say let's say L. I'm going to say string count query is equal to pwd rec where id or where email is equal to the email that we are given. Command is equal to new MySQL command count query then db dot connection. Sorry, over here we are selecting from the users table. I want to check if that user already has an account and it's true that he has forgotten his password. String query pwd rec that's email here I'm going to say this is Encryption and I'm going to say enter a valid email. there's nothing found, then we're going to say user doesn't exist. It means that user doesn't have account or didn't have account. Declare. So this is green. Request sent. Alright, later on we are going to add the email or the email aspect, so that when you send the request, the admin is going to receive that request in his mail, and he's going to see it in the others or the password reset request table as well. Alright, so right now what's left for us is the stock. The login aspect is going to be the last part that we're going to do. So the transaction is the first one. Yes. So let's name it. Let's name the fields. So let's double click this. Let's check the error name here. This is supposed to be error label. Alright, so here we go. MySQL command db.open connection. I don't remember. So if the fields are not empty, the text is not empty, and t font the text is also not empty, and t casts the customer and t cat the text is not. You implement the barcode and the QR code later. Quantity price. Yes. And t price dot tests is also not empty, else we are going to throw an error. We're going to say complete the required fields. If not, we are going to bring this. ex dot message. If not, we are going to say string query insert into trans that category product quantity price customer, the values of S cards. Sorry, T cards. Dot test. T prod dot test. T quant dot test. T price dot test. T cast dot test. Let's define a clear method here. GID dot clear. T dot clear. Sorry, T price dot clear. T quant alright, so we have everything. I'm going to go clear here. I'm going to see transaction. Posted. Okay. Then this one. TID dot test is not empty. Else enter ID of the transaction. You are deleting. If that's not the case, then we are going to check if that transaction exists in the first place. Select from ID TID test. eb.close connection. Then count is greater than 0, then we go ahead and delete. String query equal to ID SID TID dot test. Sorry, it's a bit not correct. eb.close. It is very likely to forget opening the connection. eb. If it is not greater than 0, then we say there's no such transaction. Okay, so let's check that one too out and see. So let's check the delete. Oh, enter ID up there. There's a typo here, but it's working. There's no such transaction, and that one too is working. Complete the required field. So let's say this John Doe fill that one. Then we see 2, and the price is 50. Transaction posted. So let's check it out. Alright, it's working. The barcode field is still empty, so we'll work on it. Okay, so let's add another one. Cat 2, product 2, and this is Jane Doe, and 5,000 transaction posted, and it is also there. So let's delete the first one. Okay, since like we didn't throw any error message, so let's check. You shouldn't see the product one. Yes, it's working, but we didn't throw any success message, so we are still getting this message. Alright, so that's working. Let's work on this receipt aspect here. So that's the delete. So let's copy it from here. Transaction deleting. Okay, so that's working. We're going to create a method here and we'll call that one receipt. So that one, date label.text is equal to the current date. Then the cast label.text is equal to tcast.text. Prod label.text is equal to tprod.text. And quant label.text is equal to tquant. Price what else do we have there? Okay, so that's all. So after submitting, we are going to generate this receipt. Let's check it out. Cat 1 Junior. Okay, so let's check if everything works out correctly. Transaction posted, and this is it. Okay, so right now let's clear the test here. We don't need them. That doesn't mean the test or the labels don't exist. They are there, but they have no values as at now. Yes. Okay, so which one do we do first? Is it the barcode, the print? Do we have number of reports that we have to print? Okay, so let's do the print, the barcode aspect. When you click here, what should happen? But before that, let me get a label here. And this label is not going to be visible. What is it even going to contain? Let's say code. Let me give it a name. Code label. Then I will get this one here. I'm going to call it code combo, code CMB. Yes. We are going to get the devices that we are going to use for, or the hardwares we are going to use for the barcode. We are going to get them as an array in this combo box. So what it means is if you have multiple devices that you're going to use for the barcode scanning, the one that's currently in use is going to be generated or is going to be selected here. So this one is not going to be visible, and it is going to be the on-click event of this small icon here. So first we are going to utilize the info collection class. The price here, I should add the currency symbol. Use a dollar plus this. Okay, so I'm going to say filter info collection filter. Filter info collection. Yes. That's it. Let's go to our NuGet or the NuGet packages and install eForge, then Zinc. So I'm going to need this. And I think I will need this one as well. Then Zinc. So Zinc. I'm going to install this. Then install zinc.windows. Okay, I will need this one as well, zinc.windows.compatibility. Right, so that's all, I think. Let me close this. I'm getting this error. Okay. So over here. This. If you import this, should go. I'm going to say video capture device. Video capture device. Capture device. Yes. So that's all for now. Then let's go to the onload event of this phone. When we load this, we want to start the app. So this is it, or the hardware devices. So we're going to say filter is equal to new filter info collection of filter category dot video input device. We want to capture all the video input devices connected to our PC right now. So we're going to say for each filter info in filter code combo, code cmb dot items dot add filter info dot name. Yeah, so we are getting all the video devices connected to the PC in that combo list or the combo box. Let me say code combo dot selected index is equal to 0, and we are selecting the first one. Okay, and one more thing, we need to add a timer to check when the device is starting up, the video device is starting up, and when it is closing. So this is timer 1. Let's decrease this to 10. Yes, so still on the on-click event of this one, we are going to say capture device is equal to new video capture device. Then we filter code combo the selected index dot moniker string. Yes, then we say capture device dot new frame sorry, this one is capture device. Capture device dash new frame. Yeah, and over here say capture device dot start. Timer 1 dot start. Don't worry, we write the conditions for the timer 1 and the capture device. Okay, we are getting this error here. It is there. Alright, so over here we're going to say private void capture device frame object sender new capture device. So a new frame events acts Here's a picture 1 dot image. We want to get the image or the screen, or we want to get the object that has been captured by the capture device in that picture box. So here's a bitmap event acts dot frame dot clone. And this one I'm going to import it using a forge video. Yes, and we don't seem to have any error now. So let's go to that timer and we double click it. So we are going to check if the picture box contains an image. So you will see if picture box 1 that image is not equal to null, let me see, barcode reader bar is equal to new barcode reader, and you will need to import this from Zinc. Let's see if we can get it. So this is small c. Yes, using Zinc. And using Zinc the compatibility as well. If you don't, it won't work. So let me say result bar dot decode, sorry, dot decode the bitmap image, the image that we are going to get from here. Bitmap sorry, there's supposed to be another bracket here. Picture box 1. Let's see if the result is not null. If the result is not null, I'm getting an error here. Okay, this is report here. If the result is not null, then we want to send the data, or we want to cast the data that we've gotten from that barcode reading into the barcode label that we created. Remember this one, code. So let's check the name, code label, then let's clear this. So we're going to say code label dot tests is equal to results dot to string. Timer 1 dot stop. Let's see if capture device. At this point, if the capture device is running, it should stop. Dot is running. We want to say capture device dot stop. If it's running at the moment, it should stop because we've already taken the barcode, or we've already decoded the picture or the image. Okay, so that's done. Let's check the situation. As of now, we don't have any barcode reader, so we cannot read it. If that wasn't the case, then this price, we should get the price of the item only when we've scanned it. So since we don't have any barcode reader or QR code reader as of now, it's not going to function. So in order to prevent the device from running even when there is no image captured, or even when it hasn't decoded any image, we are going to check the closing event of this form. Now when we go there and we don't want to capture any device and we are closing the form, the capture device should close or should stop running. So we are going to check the closing. Form closing, and we are going to say this same thing. If it is running, it should close, just as that. Alright, so let's test this and see. So here we are. Let's click on this and see if it's going to work for us. Yes, it's working, and as you can see, it's not capturing because this camera is not that good, and it's not even a barcode scanner. So if it was a barcode scanner, you should scan it and save the data in that text box or that label box that we created. So we are going to save the value of that label in the database in the column of that the code in the code column. Alright, so we are going to do that. Okay, so here in our code we are going to insert this barcode details here. So we're going to say code label dot text, just as that. So the value that we are getting from here, we are saving it in the database, just as simple as that. Alright, so we'll go back to the stock. There's one more thing that we have to do there. The stock. Over here, we are going to get the names of the categories in the database. So we will need this. We are going to populate them. So, and it is going to be the loading event or the onload event of this very form. So in the onload event, I'm going to create a new method here. I'm going to call it private load cat. So I'm going to say db.openConnection, then string query go to select id cat name from category. MySQL command is equal to new db.connection. You can see MySQL adapter. Okay, so what the adapter does is it modifies the data or the content in the database and casts it into the element or the container that we are accepting those values. So let's say you want to contain it in a data grid or data grid view. You need an adapter to modify the data for you to cast it into string or objects that are accepted in the data grid view. Go to new MySQL adapter. Sorry, MySQL data adapter. Let's import this. So you're going to say adapter dot select command is equal to command. You can see data table dt is equal to new data table. Adapter dot fill dt. You can see scat, that's the name of the category. Scat the data source is equal to dt. Then scat, just as simple as that, scat dot display member is equal to name, the cat name. Remember, we are selecting the ID and the cat name, so we only want the cat name as the data source of the combo box. Then scat dot value member, and every cat name has an ID, and the ID is going to be this ID that we are selecting. I'm going to call it in the onload event, so I'm going to say load cat. That is simple. Okay, so here we are, this thing stock. When you load it, we are going to see this one. So let me add another category, let's say laptops, and reload it. Laptops. Okay, it's working. So we are going to need this whole logic here. We're going to copy it and go to the transaction page. Then the onload event, I'm going to fill it with the categories. So onload event, and this is the onload event of it, this one. Okay, so over here, private void load cat. So this one is going to be T. And this is load cat. Alright, so over here, when you select a value or an item from this list, you're supposed to get the goods that are related to that category only. So let's see. And of course, I'll have to put this in a try catch block. So I'm going to say try. Over here, I'm going to use message box. Okay, so I'm going to bring the try catch block here as well. I'm going to select from stocks, where the category is equal to tcat.test, and this is tprod. We want to get the product in the category, and it's going to be based on the category that we select. That's what we are doing here. We select the ID, then the product. Okay, I think that's all. So first, let's add something to the categories. So right here, I'm going to say techno, like 6, and the price is 122, and it's on the phone, so I'm going to post stock loaded. So let me add another item, Nokia 5. Okay, it is also loaded. Let's see, HP 2, then the price is laptops. Okay, the quantity is 7, then this is the price. It's also posted. So let's go to transactions and see if it's reflecting. Alright, so if I select phones, I'm going to see these items. That's what we wanted to do, and it's working. If I select laptops, yes, that's also. We have to work on this one. We want to calculate the price based on the value that we enter here. So if the person is buying, let's say 2, you're supposed to multiply the item that you've selected here, the price of the item you selected here, times the quantity, and you are going to get the price here. So this box shouldn't be editable. You shouldn't be able to edit this text box here. Alright, so we're going to work on that. Okay, so over here we are going to check the key down event of this input box here. So go to event, then we check for key down. Key down. So we're going to say if you are deleting something from that text box, you should wait. You shouldn't do the logic that we're coming to do. So if key code is equal to keys, sorry, if key code the control, if you are entering something and the key code key code is equal to back keys.back. What it means is, if you are entering something or if you are editing that text box and you are deleting, you shouldn't do what we are coming to do. Like, it's not part of that condition. They should wait unless we have a value in the text box. We're going to say tquant dot text is equal to empty, which means we should wait for it to contain a value before we do the calculation we're coming to do. E.handle equal to true. Okay, so let's go and select another event of that same text box. So over here we are going to check for the text change. This is the text change. There's an int var. If not, if you are deleting, if you don't do this and you are deleting, it's going to crash. Do result equal to int dot try pass tquant dot test. Yes. If result or if not result, tquant dot test. So what we are doing here is the value that we are getting from the test bus, we are making it an integer. That's what it means. And if there is no integer value, we are not going to calculate it. So we are going to say if tquant dot test is not null, if there is something there, and convert the to double, and the value there is greater than 0, then we're going to say db.open connection. We are going to get the price of the item that we've selected. MySQL command. We're going to see try reception UX. So if it is equal to null here, we're going to say the price, the t price dot test is equal to 0.00. We're going to say message box dot show whatever error message that we get. Select price. We only need the price from stocks, where the product is equal to the current product we have selected. tprod dot test. Command is equal to new MySQL command query then we are going to use the MySQL reader. The reader will return the value in that column. MySQL data reader. At first we use the adapter, now we are using the reader. I'll call it price. It is equal to command dot execute reader. We're going to say price dot read. You should read the price or the value that is there. Then we're going to say double set price is equal to convert dot to double of the price that we get from the database. You can say price dot get value, the first value that we will get, dot to string. This value multiplied by convert dot to double. T quant. The reason we are using to double is that the quantity may not always be integer. For instance, if you want to take 1.5 of an item, something like sugar, maybe 1.5 cup, or however they measure it, you may have some decimals in it. That's why you're taking it as double and not integer. T price dot test. Now we assign the value that we will get into the price text box. Set price dot to string. Then we close our connection. db dot close connection. Okay, so that is it. Let's test it and see if everything is working. Okay, so let's check sales. We select phones and see the price of one was 122. Yes, it is here. And this one, if I'm to select 244, it has multiplied. And if I select different items, you see right now there is nothing there, so this one has stopped. 0. Yes. So if I'm to type -1, it shouldn't work. That's what we did at first. If it's not a negative number, the calculation shouldn't work. If sorry, a positive number, the calculation shouldn't work. This. Alright, so everything is working so perfectly. So what's left for us now? Okay, so right now what we have to do is when we come here, we don't want to make people edit this. So in the enabled property, I think it's somewhere here, I'm going to set it to false. You can edit it. That's done. Let's check for one more thing here. We want to check if the item that we are selling to the customer is actually in stock, or we are not selling more than we have in stock. So over here I'm going to say I'm going to add another item, and that is going to be the quantity that was added when we were creating the stock. So after reading this, we are going to say double get quantity or get quant is equal to this. But over here it's going to be 1 because this is it. They are in array, so the price is the 0, then the quantity is 1. Okay, so if that's the case, then we want to check if the quantity or the quantity in the database is more or less than the one that we are selling. So we're going to say if get quant is less than this, then else we do what we've done here. If that's not the case, then we are going to say we shouldn't allow the attendant to be able to post transactions. So if that's the case, let's check this. We want to disable this. So the name is button 2 dot enabled equal to false. Then the error label. Let's display some error here. We're going to see T-Pro the test plus so let's say the item is phone, then you see phone is out of stock, or we can say is less than the quantity selling. Okay, so if that's not the case, then we are going to enable this one. See through, then we hide this. So that's it. That's all that we have to do. Okay, one thing, over here is supposed to be button 2, not 1. Sorry. And we go to the first form, the form 1, then perform the read operations from there. So let's see this. Alright, so the others, form 9 is others. So let's go to form 9. Then the onload event, I'm going to call a method here, or let's say public or private, where it fetch data. I'm going to say something says string query. Select that as date, product as product, quantity as quantity from orders. You're going to say data set yes is equal to new data set. Data view db MySQL data adapter. We need it here too. We want to get the data in the data grid view adapter. Okay, so now you're going to say try db.open connection, MySQL command, adapter, adapter.selected command. Yes, just similar to what we did. Command is equal to command adapter.fill the data set. Then over here we close our connection, db.close connection. Alright, then the data grid view, db is equal to ds.tables. Table, the first table that we are getting, and in fact it's only one. Default view. Then data grid view 1. The data grid view there. This one. Data grid view 1. The data source. Yes. So on the onload event, we are going to call this fetch data. Just simple as that. I will need this. Let me copy it. Okay, so back to form 1. Stock report is form 10. Okay, MySQL command. No, is it not coming? Stack. This is the stock. This is the stock table, so we need a category. Category as category. Quantity as quantity. Price as price. I think that's all. To form 1 again, from 11 is today's report. Category. Product as product quantity. Price as price. Customer as customer. Okay, so product as product, quantity as quantity, customer as customer from the trans table. Where that is equal to the current date, and this is the current date. Date. And in fact, we need the ID. Yes. And I think in the stock we need the ID as well. ID as stock ID. Yes. Then over here, trans ID. Okay, so back to form 1. Then the sales report. So the sales report, I'm just going to copy this. It's just this whole thing without the where clause. From 13. Oh, we are getting this error. Fetch data. Alright, form 1 again. Okay, from product categories, yes, and that is from 14. Fetch data. Select, we don't need the ID. Cat name. Yes, that's all. Then over here, I'll call it name. Category. From 1. And 15 is password request. Okay, so we need the date, email as email, then we clear all this. From PWD rec Okay, so let's import it. Perfect. Then form 1 again, but let me see for. Then we go to form 12. We didn't work on it, the users. So first we're going to fetch the data. Alright, so we are going to select ID as user ID, the uname as username, email as email, phone as phone, row as row, deleting the rest from users. Okay, so now let's work on this search button here. We call it search test. So we are going to trigger the on-click event of that button. Then you're going to see string query is equal to select from users where ID should I use ID where ID or username, and let's try if this will work, or uname, like this. Search test. Yes, it should bring out all the values or all the users whose user ID or username is like what you are going to type in that text box. So I'm going to say data sets ds is equal to new data set, data view db, MySQL adapter, so if the search the test is not empty, if it's not empty and we click on the search button, it should bring us all the query or the items or the users in this query. If not, it should return all the data in the database, all the users in the database. You can say try MySQL command is equal to new MySQL command db.connection adapter dot selected command So go to the command. Alright, so that is it. That's all for the video operations. Let's try and test if it's working. Oh, by the way, guys, I made this mistake here. There's supposed not be a comma here. Yes, there shouldn't be any comma there. Select that. Yes, and let me check this one. Password requests. Oh, from. Alright. Okay, so let's run it and see. For users, we don't have any user at the moment. We don't have any user. Yes. Oh, we're having this error. Okay, let's check on the other stuff. Says report product categories. Password request. There haven't been any password request. So let's check for stock reports. Yes, everything is working here. Okay, yes, it's working. Okay. By the way, guys, I forgot this. Select star. Yes. We don't need those stuff. We don't need a password and those stuff. So I'm just copying this. Yes. So let's see. Users alpha to enter something. Nothing is showing. We are not seeing any error again. So it will, if we have data or users in the database, they would have been populated. Alright. Anyway, guys, I forgot the orders for the attendant. So I'm going to copy the same command for the attendant and that of the admin. Okay, so 7. I'm going to say fetch. Oh, I didn't copy the entire system private. So over here, after deleting or adding something, we are going to call this fetch data. To deleting fetch data. Yes. Alright, so we have to print some stuff. Okay, so before we be able to print, there is a data grid view printer file that I want to import into our project, and it's going to be available in the source code as well. So I'm going to add, then go to existing item. Then alright, so over here select, I'm going to select it, you just locate where it is. Oh, and it is here. Alright, so this is the file, and this is the content of the file. We don't need to modify it, it's been set up already for printing. So I'm going to create a method here called print. Let me see, public static void. I want to be using it in the other classes as well. So string title, alright, so I'm going to say DGB printer, printer. Data grid view printer is equal to new DGB printer. Just import this using this. So I'm going to say printer dot title is equal to title. And I'm going to say printer, so printer the subtitle. I want to include subtitle, and the subtitle I'm going to make it the current date, the date that you are printing the file. Sorry, date dot format. Date 0 date time dot now, that's the current date dot date to string in this format. YYY. Yes. I'm going to say printer the subtitle flag. Or subtitle format. Let's use that one. Subtitle. Subtitle format flags is equal to string format. String format flags dot line limit. me include the footer spacing as well. Footer spacing 15 points. I'm going to say printer dot print data grid view, and it is data grid view 1. Data grid yes. And then guys, we are getting this error here. This is because of this static. In fact, if I want to use it here, I can just say from 7 dots. Yes, and with this one I'll be referring to this particular data grid view here, or I can just say, or I can do this new from 7 the data grid view here. Yes, and it will be working. I'm not going to do that. Let's just remove this, and it's gone. Okay, so what are we going to do? When you come here, I'm going to call this print, and they're asking for the value, and this one I'm going to say users. So there's no users. I'm going to say products requested. Okay, so let's test this and see. Stocks. Okay, if we click on print, we're going to print it. Alright, and this is what you're going to have. That's actually what we have here. Alright, so I'm going to copy this method across all the forms that we are going to print, then get back to you guys later. Okay, so right now everything is set. What's left for us right now is the email aspect. When you create a user, the user is supposed to get the username and the password that was used to create your account in his mail. So for that to be the case, we're going to need an email address and application password. So over here at Gmail, you can use any email service that you want. I'm using Gmail. You come here, then you go to manage your account, then you come to security. Then over here you have to enable two-step verification. Then you go to app password, then you create one. Okay, I've already created one. So when you go there, you select mail service for desktop application and you proceed. One thing that you should notice that the application password is not the same as your normal email password. It's different. The application password is meant for you to be using it in applications such as this. So I'm going to add a new class. I'm going to call this email.cs. It's nothing new. Then I have this email method here called public void send mail. Okay, so I'm going to import this, then the network credentials, I'm going to import it. So it's here, the net system.net and system.net mail. So this is how you are setting it up. Message, new message, email dot test. Yes. Then it's not anything new. It's not anything new from you guys. It's just about 7 lines of codes, and that's it. You are done. This is just normal HTML tag. HTML. You close it here. Body PPP tags. So it's not any big deal. Alright, so for here I'm going to say email dot from mail, then email dot from mail, email dot password. That's it. That's all. You can log in with username, this, then the password. Yes. So after creating the user, we are going to send a mail. This is send mail. Yes. That is it. And in this one, sorry, the fourth, we are going to do the same thing. So over here I'm going to say this. Then this. And this is email test. I'll reset email dot test. Email dot from mail. Email dot from mail. Dot password. So over here, the subject is going to be reset password request. You say hello. A user with email reset email test. Alright, so over here it has requested for a password reset. Now let's get back here. The person can log in with this. We've said it, and the password, we must contain that one as well. Password. We are taking this password here. Okay, so let me bring this one above it. It doesn't really matter because C# is very dynamic. I don't know how it will affect it. Okay, so we are going to test it and see if everything is working. Alright, so let's do this together. So you post this, I'm supposed to get a feedback. Alright, user created successfully. By the way guys, I made a mistake. The email was sent to me myself. It's supposed to be to the user's email, but I made a mistake and the email was sent to me, so I'm going to rectify that. Okay, over here, this is supposed to be this one rather. And this one's supposed to be you email. Yes. I think I did the same for this one as well. So let me check. From it's supposed is from okay, this one is alright. So let's test it again and see. Let's say this and I post this. Yes, user created successfully, so let's check. But the user is added to our database, and let's check here if yes, it is here. Account created with JuniorFXR. Hello, welcome to JuniorFXR. You can log in with username and the password. Okay, so everything is working now. If we've been able to do this, then we have to find a way to encrypt our password. And we are not going to use any difficult security system, but UTF-8 encryption. Yeah, yes, that I know in production it's not actually appropriate to use that, but this one is not in production, so permit me if I use it. Alright, so over here let's create the method. We're going to say public, in case we need it somewhere, public static string encryption encrypt, sorry, and it's going to take this argument string enc. It doesn't matter any name that you use. So you're going to say byte data equal to UTF-8 encoding dot UTF-8 dot get byte of enc. Then we say return convert dot to base 64 string for data. So before we get the data in the database, we are going to encrypt it with this base 64 string, and let's locate where password. We are going to say encrypt So you're going to encrypt this. You're going to say encrypt password. Yes, and it should work. I don't know, is this an error? Yes, it's not an error. Okay, so guys, so right now we are in the form 1 and we are going to implement this. When we click on the logout button, we want to go back to the login screen, and for that matter we need this class thread, and I'm going to create this button here, private void open, let's say close up. Then we are going to take an object of a form. We are going to say application dot run new form. What was the form? It is 4. I think so. It can't. It's 2. No. It is form 2. Oh, this one is thread. Alright, so let's come here. When you click this, you're going to close the form. If you don't do it this way and you close the form just like that, it's going to end the whole application. Just dot close, then you see thread, new thread is equal to new thread, close up. You can see thread dot set apartment state dot st. Yes. Then you see thread dot start, and this is going to log us out of the application to the login screen. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to say thread. Alright, then I'm going to create this method, private void open reset, and so it will also take an object. Let's say application dot run what form? I think that is new form 4. It is form 4. Alright, so on click, we are going to say this dot close thread is equal to new thread, open reset. Let me say thread dot set apartment, set apartment state. Just like that. Then you see thread will start. Alright, we are going to do the same thing for. Okay, let me copy this. Open app. We are going to open form 1. And that will be the on-click event of, let's see, form 2 design. This one. Alright, so you have everything working. So let's test it and see. This is it. Let's see. If I'm to click here, yes, it's working. And this, oh, this one is not showing. Yes, it's working. Alright, and then the app closes. That test is not showing, so let's make it visible. This true. Okay, so this one, the starting position is supposed to be in the middle. Center screen. And we'll do the same for form 4. Okay, and this one too. Open login. Private void, open login. It's an application dot run new form 2. Alright, so over here we are going to perform the authentication. So when the user is coming to log in, we need to check if the username and the password that has been provided are correct. So we are going to double click it, and this one, I'll comment this one out for now. I'm going to say MySQL command db dot open connection. I'm going to say if email tests or name test here. That's the name of the test folder. Name test. And past test, the test is also not empty. Else we are going to see error label.visible equal to true. Error label the 4 color equal to color the crimson. You can see error label the tests username and password are required. If that's not the case, then we're going to see try EX. String count query. Select users where uname is equal to name test. Then check the password to and pass the column name there is pass. I'm sure. So we're going to say this db connection. You can say int 32 count is equal to convert dot 2 and 32 of command that is second scale. If count is greater than 0, then it means the person is authenticated. We're going to, else we are going to say is an incorrect username or password. Incorrect username or password. If that's not the case, then the person has passed the authentication. And for that matter, we can move to the main app or the home screen. But we shouldn't forget that the password was encrypted with UTF-8, so we need to decrypt it. So I'm going to create a new method here. I'm going to say private void decrypt so we're going to say var decode is equal to, we have to convert it. Remember, we converted it to be 64 strings, so we need to convert it from. That's even about them. Then say, so we have to make this string. Return encoding .utf8 .get string. So over here we have to decode it. So decode or decrypt. One thing that we forgot to do. Over here in the update, when you update and you are entering a new password, that password has to be encrypted as well. So I'm going to say encrypt Alright, let's test the system by creating a new user and see what's happening. So let's see. There's no user in the database as of now. Okay. Alright, so it's gone. Let's check. Yes. Oh, come on. I saved it in my Outlook account. Let's create another one with Yahoo. If it works, then the system, there's a problem with the system. This one is unattended. If this works, user already exists. So let me just say this. Okay, user created successfully. And you can see the password has been encrypted. Okay, we can't say that for now. Let's see the original password that the user received. This is the password. And now let's see what we have in the database. You can see it's different. The password is different. Alright, so over here we are just going to copy the password, then we log in with it. If you have to click here, we are going to this place. Let's say we type in something like this. User doesn't exist, so let me try and let's say this user has forgotten his password. I think it gone back. We just didn't handle this. Sorry, this. Alright. Request sent. Let's see. Yes, and that's the mail. And when you come to the password request, you're going to see this. The password request was sent. Alright, so let's try and log in to see if it's working. So over here the username was this. Username and password are required. I've typed in this, the input is not a valid. Oh, sorry. We didn't handle that. Alright, so let me enter this incorrect username or password. Alright, we'll handle this one later. But right now, what we want to see is that the password field, when you enter incorrect password, or if you do not complete the password prescription, or if you do not complete the requirement of the password, you are not going to log in. Alright. Okay, so the mistake is from this part. We are trying to decrypt normal string, and it shouldn't be so, because the string that we want to decrypt is base 64 encrypted string, and we can't use it on normal string. So we have to fetch the password or the value of that password in the database, then decrypt it. So we're going to take this one off. Sorry. Yes, this should work. Select users, select all users, or start from users where uname is equal to this. It should still work, because there's only one user with every user has a unique username, so that will still work. Then over here, let's close the connection. Okay, so over here we are going to write another query. We're going to say string query select from select. Okay, over here we are going to check for the username, uname from users where pass. We want to read the password, so it's supposed to be pass. Where uname, so we want to get the password of the username that we've entered. So that one is name test. So you're going to say command is equal to new MySQL command query and db.connection. Then you see MySQL data reader. We want to read the data. MySQL data reader read is equal to command dot execute reader. Okay, then you say read, or you can just call it reader in order to be simple for you. Read or read. Let me say string data is equal to read dot get value. Dot string alright, then db dot close connection. Then over here we say db dot open the connection. We've read the data, or we've read the value of the password in the database, so we're going to say string type query. It can be any name. Select Over here we want to check if the user who has logged in, let me make it row query rather. The user who has logged in is an admin, a manager, or an attendant. So you're going to say select row from users where union is equal to then we're going to say name test.text. Command is equal to new MySQL command. Just like row query. Over here we need a reader because we want to get the value MySQL data reader. Now let's just say RD is equal to command dot execute reader. No, not this. Let's say RD dot read. Alright, so in order to pass the value or the data from the login screen to the other screens, we are going to make this public static string here. Let's call it utype. So you're going to say utype. Utype is equal to id dot get value yes. Then we close the connection, db dot close connection. Okay, so this is it. This is working, and in fact it should work. So we are going to write another try catch block here. That message. And to say we are going to check if the verification is successful. So who verified is equal to decrypt the data that we got from here. This. Alright, decrypt data equal to pass test.text. We want to check if this is true, and if verified, that is when we will do this. Else we are going to say incorrect email or password. Yes. Okay, so let's try and log in and see. Alright, so the password, the username is this, and yes, if I try to type in anything there, oh, we didn't open the connection. So let's see. Okay, over here we closed it here, so when we're coming here we should have opened a dba.open connection. So let's see what we have here. Incorrect username or password. So let me type in what we have, and it's working. Alright. So that is it. Okay, one thing on the login page over here, I'm going to add a new button. Let me just copy this, then we don't need any text in it. Okay, I'm just going to insert this into it. Okay, so I'm going to give it the same background as this one. So let's see, the background is window, so the same thing for this one. In fact, you can just guess what I'm about to do. Alright, so let me see, cursor, let me change the cursor to pointer. Okay, it's already there. So you can use two icons actually, one for hiding and one for showing. I'm just going to, oh sorry, we use this on the wrong distance, wrong input box. It's supposed to be here. So I'm just going to use one button for this, and we are going to play with this thing. Use system password character. So I'm going to say the on-click event of it. Let me create my public void or private void. Show hide password. In fact, we may need this, so let me just copy this and bring it here. So we are going to say, if past test dot use system character equal to true, you can just if it is true, then we say past test dot use system character equal to false. Alright. Okay, so what we have to do is to assign this this method that we've created to the button. So the event here, we're going to see this one. Alright. Okay, so we are going to enter something here, and this is it working? Alright. Okay, one more thing that we have to do is user state management. That's why we passed on the data or the user type from the database when the user logs in onto the other screens. So first I'm going to change these colors here. I don't like them. In fact, over here you can let me add this here and see it is row. Let's say row type. We don't want to confuse ourselves with the U type and the rest. You see user row. Let's anchor this at the top right. Yes. And before that, let me change my colors first. Okay, so we'll get into the constructor of this form here, or we can just do it in the loading event when it's loading. Let's see. Let's just trigger the onload event. Then we're going to say user row type dot text is equal to form2 dot u type. Yes, the type that we got, or the user type that we fetched from the database. We want to display it there, and in fact you can go ahead and display either the username or the email. Doesn't matter anything. I just want to display the user type over there. Then over here I'm going to say that if the user type is equal to manager, then I'm going to hide some stuff. If form2 dot u type is equal to manager, right now I have manager and attendant. So the manager cannot enter transactions. So let's check the name of this panel here. It's panel 5. Then we are going to hide it. If the person who has logged in is a manager, then panel 5 dot hide. Okay, so one thing, if the person logs in as an admin, we are going to hide the transaction panel. Okay, so what happens to the place or that location? So let's check the location of that transaction panel. The location 0120. Alright, and this one is 0158. And the location is -1196. Oh, it's supposed to be 0, but it doesn't matter. And this one is the location is 0234. Okay, so 0120. Let's check. The person has logged in as an admin or a manager, so let's see what happens. We're going to say panel 8.location is equal to new point of the 0 and 120. We are moving it there. Then the stock. Okay, so there will be a hole here, and this one, this will move here, so this one will rather move here. So let's check. That's panel 8. The location is 0158 for panel 6. Then option again. Then this one, let's check its location. The location -1196. Let's run it and see. Okay, so let's log in as the admin and then the password. Oh, it's showing here manager, and you see the transaction panel is no more, and our little trick here is also working. Yes. Oh, okay, that's nice. And there are stuff that we want to hide from the admin as well. This stock request here, the admin can't see it because it's supposed to be done by the attendant, so the manager can't see it. The manager can order for stock. That's what it means. And the user account, okay. So just the stock request. The stock request. Okay, so just like we did for the panel, it's the same thing. The location, we are going to know the locations here. This one is 390, and this one is 135, and this one is 171. Yes. And one thing too, if you remove one button from it, then it means the height of this panel is supposed to be reduced by 1 or by 1 minute here. So you're going to say, what's the name of this button actually? Button 6. Here's a button 6. That height. Then this one is button 10, and this one is button 9. Button 9. Three 90. This is now button 10. Yes. and over to 9. 3,135. Okay, so let's check the height again. Let's see. If we reduce it by 1, so if you have to reduce this by 1, you're going to have this. So let's check the size now. 200, 174. Let's copy this somewhere. I'm going to say panel 8 dot maximum size is equal to new point. So new size. Let's see. Oh, this is what we have. We made a mistake. We should have collapsed it. But this one is hidden, just like we wanted it to be. One item is also gone. Let's check for that. So let's close this. Okay, so this is what we have. Yes, as if nothing was there in the first place. So that's what we want the users to know. Okay, so now let's check that of the attendant. And that's going to be a lot, because the attendant can see a lot of stuff, especially this report here and the items here. Okay. Okay, so let's copy this. The person is an attendant. We're going to, let's check. If the person is an attendant, the person is not going to see the general reports. So let's check the location. Negative 196. Analysis.height. Panel 6.height. I'm going to keep this location. Let's see. Okay, this one is panel 7. Okay. Okay, so this is what we have for the attendant. We're going to hide the panel 6. We change the location of the panel 7, then change the size of panel 8. The buttons, it's just almost the same as what we did here. It's the same logic that we applied here. Alright. So let's test it and see what we have. Okay, so this one. So this is what we have. This report is available to the attendant, the sales, and this stuff. But when you go to the stock, you can only request. You can't do anything about the report, the stock management and stuff. And the user account, you can come there. Alright, so you can see that the attendant can add new user and all those stuff. So we don't want it to happen this way. we only want the attendant to be able to update the account, and there are some part of the account that is only accessible by the attendant. There are some part of the account management system that's only accessible by the attendant. So over here, the attendant shouldn't be able to edit something like this. It shouldn't be able to change password. The password reset is only done by the admin or the manager. And for something like phone, email, yes, that's it. That's all. These are the stuff that the attendant can edit. Then the attendant can delete a user, attendant can delete a user as well. So let's get into that. Let me add this panel here. Let's see how this looks like in the panel. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So if the person logs in and the person is an attendant, these buttons shouldn't show. So let's check their names. Button 2 and button 3. Alright, so let's see. If form 2 dot utype is equal to attendant, button 2 dot hide button 3 dot hide. Okay, we've hidden those buttons, and what again? Then we move the update to, okay, we have to hide this as well. So this is level 6. Pass then level 3. Level 6 dot height. Level 3 dot height. Dot height. Okay, after hiding them, we want to move this to this one's location. So let's check the location of the row 65265. So let's go ahead and do that. 6. Button 1. That location, new point. If that's the case, then we should move the error message as well, or the error label. It will also take this one's location, and the location here is 59. This error label. Okay. Error label dot location equal to new point. This. So let's see. Oh no. Let's go to the mail and select this. And the password is, this is his join. I think it's correct, or yes, it's correct. Yeah, this is it. This is what we have. Perfect. Yes. Okay, now one thing that we have to note is that the user can update his account from here, but how would the user know the ID that he's supposed to input here? In fact, the admin or the manager can know that because he has access to the user report, but the attendant doesn't. So how would the attendant know that this is my ID? For that matter, I should update my account against this particular ID. So we have to make a way for the attendant to know his ID. So over here, in the login screen, when we are selecting, or when you are logging in, we are going to select your ID as well as your role. So I'm going to say ID. I'm going to create another global variable here, public status string user ID. So I'm selecting the ID. So over here, the user type is going to be 1, and because that's the first thing. The second thing that we are selecting, there returning an array, and in the array the ID is 0 and the row is 1. So this one is user ID. Alright, so over here in the alright, let's see. Okay, so in form 1, so I'm going to say ID. Okay. Disable 3 and okay, this one you don't need anything in it. Okay, so you unload event. So you're going to see over here, you're going to see level 3 dot test. As you go to form 2 dot user ID. That is it, and let's see how it works. Okay, so this is it. Your ID is there, and you are seeing your user or your role as well. So for that matter, when the user comes here and he wants to update, you just enter the details or something like that. So the username, let's say I want to make it Anna, then I update. Alright, user updated successfully. So if I'm going to log in and type in the same stuff as well, let's say password, it will not work unless I type in yes, then it's working. Okay, so we've made it this far. We've actually implemented everything that we discussed in the demo, and thank you guys for watching. One more thing that we can add is maybe date, then time. As you're working, you can be keeping track on your date or the time that you are working. Okay, we can do that here. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so let me bring this here. Let me duplicate this. This is level 4 and this is level 5. Let me bring this timer here. Timer. Level 4 dot test is equal to date dot time. Date time dot yes. Then level 5 dot test. This is also equal to this. Let's see. So on the loading event of this form, you're going to see timer 5, timer 5 will start. Or not time 5. Time 5. It is working. Everything is working now. We don't see anything here because we've not logged in. We have to bring this here a little bit. Okay, so everything is set. Right now, if you load the application, you are going to see the home screen as the first screen. We don't want it that way. We want the user to enter or log in before they come to the home screen. So for that matter, I'm going to the program.cs, then change it to from form 1 to form 2. Form 2 is the login screen. Then at form 2, I think I'll have to add this. Here. I'll just say okay. Increase the font size. Alright. So if I'm to log in, I'll open the system right now. This is the first screen that I'm going to see. Username and password are required. Before I come here. Oh, okay, we didn't get the ID here. Sorry. It's an admin. And in fact, we don't even need the ID of an admin. But let's try and get it done. Oh, it's actually working. It's just a small mistake that I did on my part. But it should work for you. This is it. Yes. You can see all the users here. Their role, their ID. Yes, just like that. And you can print. Let's try and search for a user. Yes. Okay. So this is one mistake that I noticed with our query that we wrote for our user fetching. We've rectified that one. The admin has access to all these parts. Alright. Stock reports. And you can print all these stuff as well. Okay, so over here, let's just search with the username because the username is unique in the database. So we're only going to search with the username. Alright, so this is it. This is the end of the inventory system tutorial. See you guys in the next one. Thank you all for watching. Bye.